All right, I feel like that's enough waiting. Hello, everybody. Uh, Today I'm going to be working on a big honkin' splash page for the upcoming next Cyber Rats book. As you can see, we have a lot to go over. I got to flex some of my packaging design stuff for this. I'm still really proud of giving the kerosene juice box a free cigarette. So there isn't really much to go over. I'm trying something a little bit different with today's stream. I've got a podcast going in the background, trying to treat things a little bit more naturalistic. And I've also, whatchamacallit, as you can see, I've got a Mix It Up bot in here now. So, like, I figured that will make, whatchamacallit, that'll make it a little bit easier for folks to engage with what I'm doing. Also, if you look up top, we've got a link to the Cyber Rats Kickstarter, which I'd very much like it if y'all would follow it. It helps draw more attention to the project and make sure that like I might be able to get to do even more art for it when it's finally out. You can also ask the bot for more information about other projects I have going on right now, including our brand new Discord. Hey, Lunar, good to see you, doll. Welcome to the party. Yes, I am well aware you love tops. I assume this is in fact a reference to the really lovely butterfly ensemble you're always wearing, and not anything untoward. Don't know a man named Tord. Also, it's a moth. Right, Luna Moth, not Luna Butterfly. Sorry. You know, it's one of the types of bug I know the least about. A new to Discord, where can I learn more about this? Well, I'm so glad you asked. If you type exclamation point Discord, the walls will tell you where to find it. I feel very clever uh, for framing the bot as the walls speaking to guests. I don't know. I do love the idea of like VTuber kayfabe. I like the idea of adding storytelling context to how this kind of thing works. It's just a shame that the walls was already a taken name. Yeah, I tried to make sure that you guys wouldn't hear the podcast I have going. I'm listening to Behind the Bastards while we do this, and like I really adore it, but it is a huge downer. It's a good episode though. Let me link it. But yeah, glad to see you all here this fine and lovely day. I hope that y'all have a good time. How's your week going? How's life treating you? I'm trying to get my freelance schedule back under me again, so I might be doing a few more of these work streams just to put myself in front of a bunch of people who will notice if I wander off to text. Love to be an artist, baby. You're at work, so like a fourth here. I feel that. Time theft is the best kind of theft. Aw. Luna, you're the sweetest. You know that? The absolute wind beneath my wings. And I do appreciate attention. Mourning the version of reality where you won the $2 billion. Oh, yikes. Wait, this doesn't have anything to do with the Mad Cave talent search you were in, right? They were not putting up $2 billion on that. Or just in general, that like $2 billion when slopped around, none of it went to you. Because I also think about that reality every fucking day. They announced in October, so there's still time for a very exciting surprise on that end. Oh, the Powerball. Just feel like I earned it, you know? Oh, same. I've been feeling a similar way about like a glowing review for my latest comic. Yeah, I just finished a zine for the first time in 5 years, but I feel like that should have already gotten worldwide acclaim by now. I've been thinking about it a lot. Actually, someone was super sweet. They reached out asking if they could review it for their like zine review zine, which is kind of awesome. I love that zines are making a big comeback. Now that blogs all suck now. People are just physically going out and writing their shit. Yet to suck blog, elusive man. Yeah. I guess zines kind of fill the niche that like a lot of LiveJournal used to. Like Tumblr doesn't do a lot of like long form article writing for fun anymore. All those people moved on to like Substack or I guess AO3. Thanks for the hydrate, Lunar. Oh, one more thing I'm really pleased with. Now that I've got Mix It Up in there, there's a sound redeem I've wanted to do forever. So the next time me and Defiant are streaming something together, you'll be able to play the psycho violin sting to scare us. So if I give your wife the controller here, does she doodle? I know there's official work, so it doesn't apply here, but in theory. Um, I think that if I made my wife draw on stream, she would ignite. She actually has been learning to draw a little bit. I'm super proud of her. But I don't think that she has the confidence to do it in front of people yet. I should have turned that off. I should. Lunar, I hope that you can be responsible, or I guess you could redeem it now and then invoke it next time we're both on stream. Keep it for later. Yeah, sensible. Gotta relearn drawing. I keep saying that. Gotta actually fucking do it. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, hell, if you want to do like a joint art stream sometime, I've been trying to invite other friends along too who have been talking about like having trouble finding time for it. Like, we were streaming a game made by my buddy Possumnot a little while ago, and in chat he was saying that he was miffed that he hasn't had time lately. I am down to make time to like stream art with people to get the juices flowing again. But also, I really did like the references that you showed me that you'd worked on before. Like, you gave your Sona a very like your treatment of their anatomy was very intriguing. So clearly, you've still got some skills. Absolutely. Sorry if I've been a little bit hard to reach lately. Life's kind of been popping off for me, but I will absolutely reach out more often. I've not reached out either. There's not a place for me to blame. I know, I know. It's more that I'm aware that I have a bad habit of like falling off the face of the earth when I'm a little bit overwhelmed or whatnot. And it's something I'm trying to work on without also like not leaving myself too little time to veg. I don't know. It's a balancing act, you know? One of the things about like having a freelancer's schedule is that you've kind of got to like figure out when you're available to see people and get your schedule to sync up with others who have like normal adult work hours. And again, these are the problems I've wanted since I was 19, but I'm still adapting to actually having them. I don't know, like looking from afar and being too scared to poke with a stick. Oh, I get that, hon. Nah, don't worry. Like, even when I'm not available, I'm never annoyed to hear from people. You know, it's incredible what I get away with as the lead author, the lead artist of this game. Just like whenever I need, like, I just casually try to fill a piece of detail, and suddenly the evil mega corporation the main characters work for has a logo that I have to keep consistent from one character design to another. Again, problems I've wanted since I was 19. Microwave ambi. Oh, pff, yeah, you could hear my wife making lunch in the background. Look, our apartment is not big. The Boog and Defiant live in like a very well furnished walk-in closet. Actually, should you be able to hear that? Let me check something. Hey, how do I sound now? These are the noises I make with my mouth. Can you still hear me? Background noise is nice. Feels like you're in our living room. I can hear it. Okay, good. Also, that's very sweet. I appreciate that. One of the things I'm actually really excited for with the new Discord server is I want to host B movie nights or horror movie nights. The first one on my list right now is motivational growth, but like I'm also kind of tempted to like just do movie nights of like basket case or stuff like that. I've seen other streamers do like stream along movie nights, and that seems fun. And if I stick to Tubi, and everyone can afford to watch it, since I don't have music going today and background noise isn't a complaint, that makes sense. Better that way. Okay, got it. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Is this looking right? I think we're good there. I'm trying to lean a little bit heavier on my inks in general. Like, I like my coloring work, but I feel like I've lost a little bit of my nice line quality and want to focus on it. But that also means that when I'm doing professional stuff, I've got to, like, really gauge, like, is it done, or do I just feel like switching to color? It's a nice problem to have, all things considered. sec. There we go. So I realized the other day that the way that I engage with digital work might be making my process a little bit slower. Because when I worked traditionally and I couldn't erase my inks, I'd have to like be more deliberate with my line quality. I couldn't just redo something 5 or 6 times in a row. So I'm trying to make myself commit a little bit more to my line work as well. Let's see. Hey, Alex. Yeah, no, I do feel like I popped it. So, fun fact: the Rat Launcher was my favorite of the new armaments that were added to it. As you can tell by the fact that in the playtest, I immediately built my character around abusing it. And so it was the first one that I started designing on this page. And I do feel like it captured the tone that I was going for with all of these, frankly. Also, welcome, welcome. That there is Alex Reinhardt. He is the writer for Cyber Rats, and probably one of the better collaborators I've ever had on any project. If you click on the link pinned at the top of the chat, you can find the Kickstarter that he set up. It has not launched yet, but we want to get as many followers as possible before it does, so tune in and keep your eyes peeled. Yeah, for the rat tube launcher, I wanted to make it clear that the weapon is directly hooked up to the cockpit so it can use the pilot as ammunition. And I think that that landed pretty good here. Like every other splash page I do of gear for these books, I'm going to have to draw very small this whole time. But that does seem to be improving how well I can make sure that the line work is legible. So we take those. Hmm. There we. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's working. Hmm. All right, this is coming along pretty good. I'm going to get up for 1 second to find a snack, which I should have done before I jumped on stream. One moment, gang. All right, sorry about the delay, folks. I forgot to eat, which is a thing you should do if you have a body and use it for anything. Oh, hey, Aleth. Welcome, welcome. Didn't see you come in. Yeah, Alex, you know what is the most important, consistent meal that I have of the day? 2 inch by 2 inch block of cheese. Like, it's a really great meal because it can happen at any time of the day and you can eat it quickly. Like, you're full immediately, you have power to get through other things, and I am sure that there are no consequences to spontaneously eating a 2 inch by 2 inch block of cheese. You can even have this meal multiple times a day. I shouldn't get too obvious about my food habits because I have gotten yelled at by my Italian wife before for like putting soy sauce on ziti she made and stuff like that. Sometimes you just want weird flavors, or you just like your body goes, you are missing nutrients. Make something dense. I almost said this earlier, but minutes ago I had 1 pound of cheese delivered to your door. Hell yeah, hell yeah, dude! It's not eating too much cheese; it is being rat pilled. Life is a cheese enthusiast for a birthday. I got the cheese of the month. Oh, that rips! Oh, that's so cool! I completely forgot cheese of the month clubs are a thing. Like, getting to know your actual local creamery is fantastic. Like, a while back, some folks I knew, like, were known to their local guy. They're, like, out in Jersey, so they have space for actual farms and shit. Uh, and they were able to get a limited once a year blue cheese where they only make like 6 wheels of it per year, and you have to sign up 2 years in advance to reserve your wheel. And like the idea of a limited edition cheese had me look at every piece of merch I ever picked up at a comic convention and realize that I do not get as much joy out of them as I would out of one of these big wheels of limited edition, like honey wrapped, herbally infused blue cheeses. Excellently well done. Good husbanding. A plus. New Kickstarter reward tier. Okay, you're joking, but that might actually be something to consider. I'm just saying, I was right about letting people name NPCs. See if the local cheesemonger will do a limited edition Cyber Rats cheese made with real internet. Oh my god, wait. We could do like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles thing and like have it be like a limited edition green dye cheese. Embedded RFID tag for additional cheese security. What's the dumbest way that we could make a cheese like mega corporation themed? Y'all can't hear it, but I am listening to a podcast absolutely dunk on Robert E. Lee and having a delightful time with it. I don't know where the copyright thing is on having the podcast you're listening to on your art stream. I've seen people just have Dragon Ball Z playing in the corner that they watch while they do their work streams, and like I respect it. Don't get me wrong. Like a less performative, just letting you into the studio art stream seems like something I really admire. But there is this little part of me goes like, man, you're getting advertising revenue. Don't show other people's shit. Honestly, I have a lot of like things in my head about what sort of stuff I do and do not think is appropriate to have on my stream that absolutely has nothing else to do with what I've seen of like the streaming environment on Twitch and everything to do with my own strong feelings about like what constitutes hack work. I'm still on a limited edition Cyber Rats cheese. a cheese be caffeinated? I know we can caffeinate gum and soap and shampoo, and I bet with sufficient determination you could caffeinate a shepherd's pie. Can you make a caffeinated cheese? Gorgonzola grunge, yes. Gamersubs, call me up. I'm sorry about what I said about you on Sam's stream. I did see somebody doing like a pizza themed tabletop RPG, like a post apocalyptic society is ruled by like warring fast food chains style of thing. I guess you could call that cheese punk. I mean, you can call anything punk now, I suppose. Hope the resolution mechanism uses dominoes. Oh, a. Hmm. How's that looking? Nope. Reading a weird post-apoc thing where small mammals, plants, and snack products gained intelligence and formed tribal societies. Oh, not Caves of Quud, because that sounds a little bit like Caves of Quud. That actually sounds really fun. Kick me the link sometime. Try to find it. Vaguely remember which publishers have one of their other books. Yeah, let me know. Sounds cool. All right. I think that the rat tube is nearly done. Ratatouille. I don't like warfare. I love it. And if I don't love it, I don't fund it. I don't know. We'll workshop that. Maybe that works better for Cyberrats 1 than Cyberrats in Space. Excellent. One set of inks down, baby. Okay, sorry about the delay. I'm back again. 2-inch block of cheese, most important meal of the day. So important that you can run off and have it a second time, and there's no reason to yell at you. I figured the action figure item, well, you're able to get an action figure for your character's kit, which gives them an extra action per turn exactly once, is basically just a high level operative from Cyber Rats 1, since the whole character progression system in that game is basically you slowly becoming more toyetic. In the new game, the focus is more on developing with the mechs, but you can still incorporate the old mechanics. So instead of being a cool action figure, you're a cool action figure with a really cool add on. I had so much fun designing this weapon. The unstable arc wheel is something that your character can loot off of certain alien enemies. And the idea is that it's basically just sort of like a big psychic gyroscope that you can swing by these two handles. And part of the issue with it is that it's an incredibly powerful weapon. It does a lot of damage. It's like got kind of a scary range. But if you fail to maintain it adequately, it could explode on you at any time. So, sort of a high risk, high reward build for characters that are running around on foot in the mech game. You know what we need? More public transit in our mech games. Why are we walking everywhere if the robot's in the shop? Actually, mech game taking place on a subway would fucking rip. Okay, I'll have to dig that book out later in the evening just so I can see around on the publisher. I appreciate it anyway, Leth. Thank you. Keep me posted. That sounds really fun. I I've realized lately that like everyone I know with recommendations has already recommended all the shit that they think I'll like. So if I want to find new stories, because like I feel like my reading habits have been a little bit stagnant. I've got to like really start looking further afield. So why not query my audience? Oh, that's another thing that's been fucking me up. I've been zooming in way too close while I ink. The, it's old stuff, probably back in the '90s, probably third edition at least. Oh, that's even better though. I don't know. I've been meaning to run a game of Toon forever. Like, old games have some fun shit. I like what we've got in the modern day. I feel like there's been a lot of like very good focus on storytelling capabilities in tabletop RPG. But like the thing I like in a tabletop RPG is the combination of role playing and game. And I do feel like a lot of recent stuff leaves the game out. Let's get that deep sea source book they have at least. Nice. Ugh, there we go. doing on battery power here? Yeah. I got a new battery pack to keep this going for a little bit longer than usual. That's been treating me pretty good. Alright, I think that's... Oh, no, the spike's in the background. I should probably give this a little bit more shading, too. Hey, Jim. Good to see you. Unforgivable? Did I miss something? Ugh, sorry, I've been at this an hour or so, so my brain was stopping for a second there. You're the first person to speak in a hot minute. It do be like that. You're so right. Oh, shit. Actually, if you just got here, I should give you the whole spiel again. So, hello. Today I am working on the new gear page for the next Cyber Rats book. As you can see, there's going to be a way bigger array of weapons and equipment that your characters can play with in the new game. Oh, God, it's too fucking hot in here. Let me hit that. Yeah. You can follow the Kickstarter in the pinned link at the top, and you might be delighted to see that we now have a chatbot with a list of commands that you can access if you want to check out our Discord, the Patreon, or other projects that we have going on right now. It's a bit of an experiment for the streams. I hope y'all enjoy it, and I hope to expand what it can do sometime soon. How you doing, Jem? Crank the volume on this a little. There we go. Drawing giraffe. Oh, hell yeah. Excellent choice of animal there. I love things that look fucking weird. And giraffes are at the top of the weird animal list. I mean, yeah, but it's a tall, lanky horse. And they fight by slapping their necks at each other. It looks fucking weird. Also, the weird little knobbly horns are funny to look at. I don't know. Animals are neat. Evolution's neat. One moment, folks. Uh, all right, sorry about that, folks. Back now. Little something to take care of over here. As always, feel free to ask any questions y'all have about the process. Like all artists, I am just in this shit for the attention. Later, babe. That was Defiant, stepping out for a bit. I'm very sorry, but I'm not calling anyone in the chat babe at time of discussion. Oh, hey, Burley. Actually, going by all the lore that we have so far, most cyber rats eat horribly processed fast food. Basically, the sort of core of the setting is that you are mutant animals hired by megacorporations because they do not have to pay you real money. Uh, and so your average cyber rat has never heard a song that wasn't a commercial jingle, has never like read a book that wasn't a like Marvel Universe tie-in. And the new game actually makes a lot of their shit even bleaker. Like it's 5 generations later, living on like a slow space generation ship, like live in the Elon Musk model of humanity as an interstellar species. But we are finally adding the option to get a good ending and rebel against the megacorporations. So we think that this is going to have a lot of appeal for a certain type of player, the cool kind. Yes, the possibility of a new diet. AI data center wires. Crunchy. Let's see. What other foods get referenced in the game? There is the ubiquitous drank, some kind of purple substance that is found exclusively in vending machines, not like sold deliberately. I think that like ill-repaired vending machines just leak it. The rats really enjoy that stuff, so the company started charging them for it. Actually, wait, some of their foodstuffs is on this splash page that I'm doing. One of the new items that players can get is a kerosene juice box. I made sure it was cranberry kerosene because you know that cranberry juice gets in everything. And I still feel very clever for having it come with a free cigarette. I feel like that was good design. Thank you, Burley. I like the idea that the rats are just constantly eating things that would kill us. Like really doing the toxic super mutant thing at its finest. In the new game, we've added in playable human characters, who I imagine are likely in very poor health all the time, since nobody is keeping up like health regulations for something so fragile as a regular human being. Like, no, remember these are like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, like mutant animal superhero style characters. If you're able to eat something other than green slime, then you're probably going to be having a bad time culinarily in this universe. Unrealistic. The only time we've ever come together and agreed on anything was to troll Sony to re-release Morbius in theater again. That was a fucking blast. Like, I'm still so amused that they actually did it. I love that the executive class has no idea what happens in the world. Like, it sucks as somebody who has to live in the world, but it's also just, it's very funny how frequently shit like that happens. Big Bread Corporation now announces we're reintroducing plaster of Paris into our white bread. Exactly. Burley, you get it. A lot of rats miss the crunch, but are still sulking that they haven't brought back the lead paint chips in barbecue flavor. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe if you've eaten lead paint chips. Also, Burley, I saw that you got into the Discord. What do you think so far? It's my first time running something like this for a fandom related thing, so anything helps. Admittedly, it's pretty sparse so far. I think we've only got like 9 people in there. I don't know. I really want to make a push to like do more with the audience that I have and like see how to get more eyes on my work. Economy doing so bad, I'm chasing my fucking dreams. As you're accumulating artists, I humbly request something semi-popular in the other small discords I'm in. A co-working voice chat. You know, not a bad idea. I will take that under advisement. That's a good one. Yeah, there's actually something really flattering about the fact that I throw open the doors for like people who follow my work to keep up with me, and all of them, almost all of them, are like other cartoonists or like other people with creative aspirations or even like professional editors and shit like that. That was very humbling. Thinking like, oh man, I think that's who my readership is. That fucking rips. I need to update more. Speaking optional. Okay, makes sense. I don't need to be zoomed in that much. I've been realizing lately that all the focus on digital work I've been doing these past few years has gotten me into a few bad habits. So I'm trying to figure out good ways of consciously pushing back against them. Working traditionally has helped a little bit. It like forces me to commit to my lines a little more and like maybe use a straight edge instead of the automatic like line thing so it looks a little bit more natural. But there's definitely still work to do to get my line art quite where I want it. Like, I had a classmate describe me as somebody who was a wizard with a pocket brush back in the day. And I'm like, I was, wasn't I? I bet I could be again. Especially because, like, I'll do conventions and people will want to sketch on the fly. And, like, it's just a little bit slower now. I don't know. It feels good to examine your process, figure out what's missing and how you can improve. Opening an old dusty tome, exactly. find a good picture of cranberries. Okay, yeah, that's easy to draw. Man, a lot's happened since I did the first Cyber Rats book. Back during quarantine. Funny old thing. And of course, if y'all are curious about Cyber Rats or want to keep up with the new upcoming book, you can follow the Kickstarter in the pinned message at the top of the chat. This is the advertising voice. That's how I don't be self-conscious about telling people to look at the things that get me paid. Hmm. Do I want to do that on the coloring layer? All right, I gotta put on some sort of text just as a placeholder at least. Kerosene propane tanks give me a nervous reaction ever since I used to work retail and people would just bring their tanks inside the store. Tip, do not fucking do that. That sucks. Oh, God. I hate how people treat retail workers. I really do. It's funny. Like, it's terrible that people behave in this shameful fashion, but I also am very much of the opinion that you need to work retail a little bit to not be weird. Like, I don't think any sort of employment should have a draft, but if something did have a draft, it should be working retail and just interact with the worst of how entitled customers behave for a year or two, just so that you know what those people are like when you go out into the job market yourself. like a sin eater thing. We are making sure you suffer a little now so you do not become an asshole later. The amount of people who don't know it's a fire hazard. A propane tank is never truly empty. Yup. It's like it's like an MRI machine. The magnet is always on. There is no such thing as a safe one. All right, looking pretty good so far. You get to go through one of those later this week. Aw, hell yeah. An intrusive thought that I've always had about those is that how much fun would it be to try to have a Beyblade battle inside one of those? This is one of the reasons I couldn't work in a hospital. Like, I'm not prone to listening to my intrusive thoughts, but I get so many of them that it would only be a matter of time. Tube. Mad tube, son. Tubes for days. They see me tubing. The tube will tell me my heart's secrets. Just checking for genetic reasons. Okay, good, good, good. I did have the thought, am I making light of like an actual health problem? Do I need to shut the fuck up? Because I've caught myself goofing up about that kind of thing before. Hope I can just take a nap in there. That sounds cozy. Oh yeah, because the hum is probably like a perfect white noise thing too. I remember reading a thing a while back. Oh no, this was something that actually happened to my buddy Sam. He had like a soundproof booth in the house for recording. Either him or his husband used it. Uh, and like they were just going to sell it because it turned out that they couldn't really get enough use out of it. And so they found a buyer on Craigslist. And it's like this whole $2,000 setup that the guy was willing to just pay cash. And so they asked him, like, what do you plan on recording with it? And he's like, no, I'm just going to sleep in it. It's perfectly soundproof. I can finally get some rest. I think about that every so often. Like stealing a dragon egg just because you want a big omelet. The decadence, right? I kind of love, like, tacky, excessive decisions. I haven't been able to go in a hot minute, but there's a restaurant not far from Union Square. That's the only place I've ever been where you can get just a plate of escargot. Like, I couldn't tell you whether or not it's good escargot, but like usually you order escargot and you get like 5 to 8 snails and some crunchy bread. No, whole fucking like pasta dish just laden with like cooked snails. I could not tell you if it's good escargot or if like somebody with taste would be like, oh, you're getting like the gas station sushi or whatever. But when else would you be able to have that much of it at once? Actually, there was a cooking channel I saw a while back that was talking about different restaurants in Japan, and they had one restaurant whose specialty was something I always wanted. It's just a rice bowl, and they add salmon roe until you tell them to stop. And like, I think ordering that once would fix me. Just one thing of greasy, decadent, textured fucking fish eggs. And I would no longer be mentally unwell. I feel that about a lot of food, though. I wouldn't say that I really am especially mentally unwell. Like, I'm neurodivergent, but I handle it pretty alright. But there, whatever soul deep sickness there is, I am convinced would be cured by the right big meal. Infinite row straight from the fish. Exactly, exactly. They just hold it over the rice bowl and squeeze it. Makes the exact same sound as like a half empty ketchup bottle. Something bougie and fine and hard to come by, treated with the delicacy of a dog being given a cake. I had that a bit at my first my first and only cafe job too. They really prided themselves on having like good taste in coffee, and so they tried to teach me about like Ethiopian blends and French presses and stuff like that. And the customers could not tell even a little bit. It was like this little rinky-dink place on the way to my college. They had some bougie clientele. Like there was this lady that showed up in like I think real cheetah fur every day, but they just wanted the regular coffee. Like they could not tell if the coffee was any good. And so I do remember one time, like on my break, I was allowed to have like a quick free coffee, and I was like, "Yeah, let me get the Ethiopian blend and French press. Let that sit for a couple of minutes, and then I had like 6 shots of caramel syrup." And my boss didn't speak to me for the rest of the day. Honestly, the fact that any job keeps me in spite of my behavior is something to marvel at. Like I must be cute. It's the only reasonable explanation. Like the things I do and the opinions that I will express in the workplace can only be excused by extreme competence, which I know I do not have, or like just being a deeply pleasant person. It's great for your self esteem. How we looking? Looking pretty all right. I'm hoping I can get this page done today, but I'm kind of surprised it's already been 2.5 hours. I need to zoom out. I need to stop doing that. Like it was a horrible epiphany, realizing that my habits with my digital art were making me slower when I want to get more work done. Like it's a grim way of thinking about it, but the way I sometimes talk about it to my friends is that like I'm trying to get on my workaholic grind because there's X number of projects I want to finish before I die. And like it's not at risk of happening anytime soon, but I'm very much aware that I want to get a move on. The list is long. Ugh, all that talk about sushi makes me really want sushi now. I found a place the other day that does like quick, cheap hand rolls and coffee cups of miso soup. Like it's New York. Nobody has any good taste whatsoever. Like we just do things. I looked up their website and apparently they started in Australia and getting cheap Australian sushi in the middle of the day. And I thought it would be nice to be able to go someplace for like decent quick sushi where you're not like just buying the shitty like CVS Tupperware sushi, but it just made me want something good. Like it did not satisfy the craving. It just reminded me that this is not salmon roe. how much of these streams do I spend talking about food? I don't know. I'm on that Dungeon Meshi grind. To eat is a privilege of the living. Local CVS has sushi? Yes. Don't eat it. Like, it's a thing that you'll get in, like, CVS and Walgreens and Dwayne Reed. There's, like, a frozen section with a bunch of, like, pre made sandwiches and whatnot. I actually remember the one around the corner from my old Wall Street job had, they were these absolutely disgusting little soft plastic packets of hard boiled eggs with sort of a thin white gunk in there. It looked like a corporate manufactured ball sack. But the thing that made me keep buying them, hard boiled eggs are my least favorite way of having eggs. Like, the best way is like this isn't a masculinity influencer thing. I like raw eggs and like prairie oysters and stuff like that. Next best would be like sunny side up, but I would get these gross fucking hard boiled eggs every morning because it was a protein rich quick breakfast that was only $2. But yeah, the place around the corner would have sushi in these like little packets and like a guy on site making them. But you know he made them like 3 hours ago and it's been sitting there in the plastic packet all day. And so you were really playing with fire there. I got away with it because like I already eat like a fairgrounds raccoon and not much makes me sick. But I saw my coworkers be less lucky than me. Hey, life's a banquet, right? God, I remember those hard-boiled eggs so fucking vividly too. Rubberiest goddamn things you can put in your mouth. Staring at this pill bottle and thinking instructions unclear, Rat is going to wonder if the pill goes in the bullet hole. I mean, they might. In the first book, we actually had a shotgun design with a little warning label on it that said, "This end at interloper." Like, rats are dumb. I actually really appreciate tabletop RPGs that start from the position that, like, your player character, more likely than not, is kind of a stupid asshole. And Cyber Rats really does lean into we have the stupidest assholes in the world trying to save the world from aliens. Now imagine industrial dinosaur sponge tablets that expand with blood. Well, I mean, technically, that's what tampons were originally. Like, they were originally designed for handling bullet holes, and, like, nurses realized that they had other potential uses. Just stick it in there and a little bloody T-Rex sponge head starts coming out of your bullet wound. Oh, yeah, like the soldier equivalent of a SpongeBob band-aid. Oh, this makes it a little more fun. I want to do the rat next. For all of the mech gear, I added like a Cyber Rat operative for scale to make it obvious that it's supposed to be for the mechs. And I had a lot of fun coming up with different ways for them to be like interacting with the parts during maintenance or stuff like that. God, look at this cool fucking rat. It's a shame that Divorced Guys took Stunner Shades away from us. They could have looked really cool. Oh wait, he already had a sig. There we go. I don't know why I'm putting so many more cigarettes in the Cyber Rats book. It just seemed like something that like space dirtbags would be more likely to have. Like, let the mech pilots smoke. Maybe if you did, you'd be getting less of them getting weird about their handler. Just let the poor girl relax. Hey, Arin, long time no see. Give them one more cigarettes, one for the mouth, one for holding, like one for gesturing with. I actually do kind of like that. Actually, I know how to go about that. I actually really like that. Yes, one behind the ear, too. Burley, you're so right. Tried to pop in the other day. I had some coming at work and get distracted. Hey, don't worry about it, bud. It's good to see you any old time. How's the gig treating you? I might actually have to beat a retreat from the museum sooner than I expected, which is a bit of a shame, but, you know, I appreciate what I learned at the place. Stupid job interrupting my stream viewing. It's been a rough week, but you'll live. All right. To be fair, you seem like you get a lot of those. Happy to provide a respite. Job interrupts mine frequently anyway. Feel that. Someone shat in the lobby trash can on your shift? Okay, so we've had an issue with people doing that at the museum as well, but it's easier to go unattended at the museum. Like how were they alone in the lobby long enough to take a shit in the trash can? Like I feel like that has to be an attentiveness error by somebody at the front desk. Who's going to stop them? Fair. I don't know. I feel like some people would be concerned about the risk of being stopped if they are visible. Like they don't have to care, but I feel like they can tell that they are seen. The shame response can be very powerful. Like, I know you don't think of that being a thing in customer service, but like it does exist. He was at the tables, ran, grabbed the trash can, went behind the curtain with it. Fascinating. Fascinating. So this was premeditated. This wasn't like an emergency. I wasn't gonna stop him. Like, what am I gonna do? Pick him up by the neck and take him to the litter box like a kitten? You're right. God damn. Oh, actually, that reminds me. There's a book about someone living in a clown motel for a month that I feel like I should kick in your direction. Actually, if you want to keep in touch more regularly, not only do we now have a Mix It Up bot in here, but we also have a Discord. That was the wrong button. Why did that happen? A Discord. A Discord. And with that up, if you check out the pinned message at the top of the chat, there's also a link to the in progress Kickstarter for the next Cyber Rats book, if you want to check that out. I'm trying to be better about getting people's eyes on what I'm working on. Like, finishing a comic this year really has me going like, oh my god, I could be doing so much more of this. Why haven't I been doing as much of it these past few years? Like, I know why, but my point is I want to be more prolific. And that involves getting people invested in the things I am doing. Define premeditated. Anything can be when you're desperate and need to move fast. That's fair. Like, I don't know this person. Maybe they were just having a bad day, but I'm inclined to take Rin's side on this. Also, Jam, that reminds me. I see your screen name in the chat all the time, and I feel like I know you from somewhere outside of Twitch, but like I am terrible at connecting people and screen names. Am I mixing you up for somebody else? Like, it's not a lack of interest in people. My brain is just not very good. My manager asked why I didn't call the cops. Brother, unless Augustus Gloop gets stuck in the pipe, he's going to be done shitting and gone by the time the cops show up. Fair? Fuck are they going to do? I am familiar with the phenomenon that you can never get police to do something that they would feel stupid writing a ticket for. Nobody's driving across town to tell a guy that he can't poop in your lobby. Just fascinating new vistas in public misbehavior. They can't unshit my trash can. You're right. You're so right. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I don't think the carceral state works. Carcer. Fuck. It sucks being well read but not going outside. I guess I'd go outside a bit. There's certainly less outside goers on this website than me. One sec, Grin, while I let you into. Yeah, there we go. Okay, there we go. Sorry, every so often I'm ducking away to update the Discord with little things. I don't know the one Jam 122. If you know another, let me know. Okay. Maybe I've just seen you around and I didn't realize. From when Cerebrolin was a thing. Soaked it in bleach and Lysol, changed it to be our bathroom trash can. Alright, that's sensible. I'm glad there was a solution. I like the vibe of the stuff they focused on. When the houseman was trying to show someone you can switch out the trash, we had to have more room. The worst part, I told him to take the fucking trash bag with him, but he put a random trash bag can on the property and the houseman found it the next day. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Oof. Man, never a dull moment at your gig, huh? Got my issues with my day job these days, but at least I have nothing to report afterwards. It's not like the factory job that exposed me to fucking cyanide. There's exactly one thing that I miss about that job, and it was talking shit with the delivery guys. I hadn't done a lot of labor jobs in my life. You might be able to tell from listening to my voice or looking at me drawing. Uh, like I'm, it's just not. It just wasn't on my radar when I was looking for work. And I liked the work itself. Like, I liked it, I liked what physical work did for my body, and I liked having very practical problems to solve. But like, I did not gel with the culture even a little bit. Like those dudes were constantly out of their gourd. Like, only place where I've ever seen a coworker like use cocaine at like a company function. And like, I gotta tell you, cocaine doesn't look fun. Like, people who get too high want to play with my hair. People who like hang out with me on cocaine want to start a business with me. Makes you want to engage in capitalism like some kind of fucking pervert. We haven't had anyone living in the walls for a while though. I think I remember one of my fondest memories of like the factory gig was basically this one time I got sent down to take in the delivery. I just try to make small talk with the truck driver as I'm getting him to sign for something. So I just ask him like, "Hey man, what's good?" And he gives me this like long suffering stare and says, "What's good, man? Nothing. I'm out. It's a Friday and I'm at work. I should be at home getting my dick sucked." And like my first thought is, who just opens with that? I just met you, man. We are at work. And my immediate follow up thought was, yeah, all right. Like, you're not wrong on merit. I'm just wondering if you should be saying it right now. Well, the other day we had a stabbing. Police taped off like half the property and stayed here about 3 hours. Turns out it was two guys fighting over a girl while drinking. One busted a beer bottle. Sounds about right. No, we have like a front or something down the street from us that like influencers like taking photos at. But last Veterans Day, someone managed to get stabbed at it. And I do feel like it's an You have to be impressively bad at clubbing to get stabbed at a club that nobody is ever in. Not my business. I'm not sure. I should be telling these stories on Twitch.gov. That is another thing in favor of the current gig. Whatever else is wrong with it, I never see a fight break out. Tell them on war.gov instead, the real government website. What? This is the dorkiest shit I've ever seen. I'm not reading this. Keep zooming in too fucking much. Oh, you have a VTuber 3D model now? No, I didn't. Show me. Feel free to share it in like the art section of the server. Some people get too open about their drug use. Back when I worked in theater, a public talk about doing crack. I appreciate they include me in the conversations and offered invitations, but it just wasn't for me. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not like they were hiding it. There's something. That's not surprising in theater, though. I do know that a lot of Rocky Horror Picture Show productions have a problem with that. Theater work looks fun. Actually, I wonder if the one down the way is hiring. It's funny. I so consistently end up having to switch jobs around just because shit's fucked. That I ended up baking it into my VTuber lore. That the Boog is a former sleep paralysis demon who does odd jobs in horror games now. It's fun to stream in character every so often, but every so often I wonder if I'm leaning into a source of anxiety too much. Nothing to be done about it, though. And if I'm not going to cry, I might as well laugh. The artist was doing a deep discount to pay for their cat's treatment. You got the full model for 25. Not half fucking bad. Oh, that's gorgeous. That's the horn toad thing, right? I should look up Office. I've been considering getting excuse me, a VR chat rig done myself. Good on you for supporting them too. Hope the cats are okay. That was in Warudo. Cool. Is that tail too thick? Nah, it's fine. The artist is uploading to VR chat for you soon. They're just super busy with the 50,000 other comms they got from the sale. I mean, fair enough. 25 bucks for a VTuber is a steal. You kidding me? There's this one person I follow who does great VR, like VShojo and whatnot. Not VShojo. What's the name of the program? Live 2D rigging work. And she can charge money like in the fucking thousands for very simple stuff. I kind of want to learn it, but I also kind of have a very full plate lately. Like, I would need a lot of things to calm down before I could make time to learn another fucking skill. And the VTubing is kind of a side thing for my comics. Someone confused playing with a pre-made model. I couldn't imagine making your own from scratch. Yeah, it does look like a lot. But it's really impressive to see the process all come together. Like, I see why some people consider it such a satisfying, like, creative medium. Actually, what was the name of the chick who was doing models that I was impressed with? Because I should probably give her a shout out if I'm going to keep talking about how good her work is. Let me double check what her name was. Yeah, one sec. Like, she does really fantastic, like, VTuber models and whatnot. If I ever were to, like, pay somebody else to, like, get something together for Boog, she would definitely be at the top of the list. And she does some really fun streams. I've been using her as, like, the background noise for a lot of my work stuff when I'm not streaming it to you, the viewers. Send me a work in progress before textures that's like night and day. Oh, yeah. It is always really impressive seeing something in a medium that is not yours come together. You should help convince my boss to give me a raise so I can buy more art. Working on it, man. Let me know if you need me to, like, pose as a customer or something. I just have to not call you Omega on the phone. This is looking. This looks good. I think my silly lizard in your comic-ish art style would be badass. I mean, hell, I'd absolutely love to draw them sometime. Actually, you've got my VGen, right? Let me drop that in the chat real quick. I know that you're not commenting anything right now. This isn't me attempting to pressure you. But, like, if you've got access to it, you'll at least know my prices and know what you want when you want it. There you go. I do appreciate that a lot of people on this website don't always know how to categorize my art style besides comic-ish. Because, like, yeah, you right, I draw comics. I don't know. It's funny how people talk about their tastes. Probably, I gotta avoid VGen because it hurts my wallet real bad. That's fair. Yeah, I got mixed feelings about the platform overall. I think it's over, like, the majority of it is a good thing, you know? Like a place for artists to apply their trade and stuff like that. But I do sometimes worry that, like, the way some people are encouraged to undercut their prices gives people the wrong idea about the amount of effort it takes to make something good. But that happens with everything these days. Most pieces I've gotten have been 25 bucks or less. I kind of feel bad because the art's totally worth more. Just can't afford more, and they can't afford to charge more. Hey, none of that was meant to be a shot at anyone, like, patronizing these artists or what they charge. Like, part of the reason my stuff costs so much is because I've been doing it for over 10 years, and whenever I have too much work, I raise my prices. Like, you build up velocity. Some people who are at, like, a different stage of their career charge differently. None of that's something for other people to feel a way about. Like, my prices are an indicator that I have gotten overwhelmed this many times. We're all just trying to get by and do what we want to do. I just wish I could afford to do more and that people could charge more, but economy. I have actually wondered, like, so every so often I have done like convention postmortems with other streamers who table comic conventions, right? Or like zine fests or shit like that. I have wondered if it would be worthwhile to set aside some money to try to table TwitchCon and do like a convention postmortem the way I would other conventions. Like compare the streaming environment with other art environments I've been in. Like I don't know if that's going to be appreciated or attract a chorus of shut the fuck up nerds. Like if I criticized Mr. Beast. But I'm curious. I don't know. It means a lot to me that people with creative skills be able to apply them as a career. And I've started asking myself questions about what I could do in my platform to provide more context and tools for like younger artists coming up in the biz. Got a piece from someone that was $10 and I thought it was way too cheap for the quality. Just find out the country they're from is a worse economy, so $10 in their currency is like $6 USD. Oh yeah, well, a buddy of mine actually gets to take advantage of that quite easily. There's a guy who goes by Mean Boss Art on Twitter and whatnot, and on like actually I think he's not on Twitter anymore. I think you can just find him on Tumblr. His work is very niche, so Google responsibly. But like, dude's based in Brazil, which means that like a little bit of U.S. Skrilla goes a long fucking way. I don't know. We've seen a lot of like big changes for how this kind of thing works in our lifetime. It's not all bad. I wouldn't be able to do this at all if it weren't for like access to the internet and the ability to go directly to you weirdos with like the ideas that I have. But it's thought provoking. We live in times of great change. Might slap some more art I've gotten in the Discord. Let me find credits or watermark versions. Yeah, go for it. Show off. Honestly, I always really appreciate when people want to show off art that I did for them. So I'm glad that you're comfortable doing that in the environment. Part of the thing that got me into making art when I was a kid is that I would get into these webcomics and then I'd run around on their forums. And like I'd see like whole communities forming around appreciation for someone's art. And I like the idea of being able to do that myself, but my work hasn't quite gotten to a point of popularity where I could build that up. And I until I realized recently that like I've got regular viewers. I can start making that space where folks can discuss the work or engage with it or talk about how it influenced their own stuff or whatever. I don't know. It's been nice to put more time into that. For some reason, these artists don't watermark anymore. I had to ask them the other day if I can just stamp their name all over your reference sheet. Admittedly, I've never watermarked much either. I think I just sort of tend to assume that if people are sharing my work around, they're going to do it from one of my existing socials. But people failing to do that is also how I ended up meeting Phoebe Bain. Like, apparently someone photoshopped my sexy goblin art into a meme of her. So that was funny. I still have no idea who made that. Oh God, that's not right. Uh, there we go. Yeah. Oh, these look cute. The Nyan Cat one's great. So come on and take a bite. I'm not generally a big Miku guy, but monitoring has been stuck in my head recently. It's funny. I've got a friend who's like really big on Miku stuff. Gisnes Grumpelmeyer. You've probably checked out some of their streams before yourself. Uh, and they're a big Miku fan, but it's definitely sort of like fond nostalgia for Barbies and stuff like that. And I only get into Vocaloid songs when they're being creeps, like Rotten Girl or Monitoring or like horror Miku stuff, and it makes me feel like an edge lord. Like, yes, there's a nice wholesome fan base right here, but no, don't call me unless the girlies are eating each other. I just have issues remembering who did the art sometimes. I'll mostly use Twitter, and it's very good at deleting DMs randomly, so I'll be like, what the fuck was this from? I get that. Who are you to call us a wholesome fan base? You know what? Fair. I only have the frame of reference of one buddy who's like, yeah, she's a fun girl with good fashion sense, and it's a fun aspirational pop idol fantasy. But that's true. I don't know the details of what it's like to be a Miku fan. Maybe it's a lot like Barbie, and you're actually doing dark rituals with little robot girls. I have no idea. I just got here. Again, I only show up for the cannibalism. Jeez, how long have I been doing? 3 hours? I bet I can do another three. Dropped a bunch from one artist you really loved working with. Let me take a look. Oh, these are gorgeous. This person must have a bomb ass fur affinity. I know that style of drawing eyes anywhere. Cool shit. Miku heads are a bunch of edgelords who are here for the hardcore stuff. Really? Have I had the fan base all wrong? I assumed it was like people who still have fond memories of like Neopets. They're also from some terrible currency country, so I paid like half the rent and they just let me get tons of art. Hell the fuck yeah. I don't know. Maybe one day that'll be us. The economy will crash. My rent will get paid by somebody from Japan. Whoops. Well, fuck it. Enjoy pizza, Burley. No money, but I got this lizard as one of my favorite pieces ever. I've gotten away with it once or twice, Jam. It takes some doing. I don't know. The long-term goal is still to sustain myself only off of art, but I am getting better at just figuring out how to blend a bunch of different things at once. Command of my time comes before all else. Not all else. I'd like to keep eating food and living in a house, but I don't know. It's funny out there. I don't know. It's gauche to talk about business in some circumstances, especially like as an artist. But I feel like I'm closer to what I wanted than I've ever been previously. And I felt that way a couple previous years too. So I feel like I must be onto something. I'm over 10 years out from my degree, and I still make art professionally, which is more than a lot of folks I've known can say. I watched a Blockbuster card so bad, I had to teach them what a Blockbuster is. Oh, that's funny. Actually, not every country had like a video rental store apocalypse, did they? Like, there's still probably places that have mom and pop shops doing shit like that. Just shipping out to Laos to finally get the full experience of renting Zoolander at 2 a.m. Few and far between, but yeah, we had one holdout for a pretty long time, but died in like 2016. I feel like I saw them coming back in the area around Times Square recently. Mostly like porno rental places, don't get me wrong, but like that's still video. I guess at this point that's technically media preservation too. Do I need to take a break to eat something? I'll push another 10 minutes. I don't want to do that in the middle of the advertisement. I'm just renting movies from a place. The stress and anxiety of it made sure I pick something I'd watch. Now I can just open Netflix, scroll for 2 hours, put on the same show again, and pass out. Same. I've actually been like trying to really challenge myself to not only watch things that like I've already seen before. Like me and Defiant have been looking around for new horror movies. I actually just found out that all of the Basket Case movies are on Tubi, and that might be my big plan for the evening. Just some nice classic weird fucking not quite grindhouse shit. Yeah, I don't know if anyone caught that during the advertisement, but yeah, no, Rin, I'm right there with you. I've actually been trying to really push myself to not only watch the same thing over and over again, or like watch new things that will enrich my brain. Tubi's actually been a big help for that. I've been like starting to crack that open and just looking for weird B movies that I never would have heard of otherwise. And I just found out that they have Basket Case on there, so that might be my evening. Oh god, The Good Place is so good though. When I finally saw the ending, it broke me. I cried so much. It's also just nice to see a show that doesn't treat ethics as a subject like they're boring. Like there's a reason that most of human civilization spends all of its time asking like what it is to be good. I've decided I either want to watch the Saw franchise or the Final Destination franchise, but I haven't decided on which one yet. See, man, I couldn't watch those for love or money. I don't know. I keep hearing people tell me no, Saw is really good. I don't care. I can't. There's no way the movie series is still good when you've made 13 of them. There is no chance in hell this concept had 13 movies worth of gas in the tank. I refuse. All right, you're looking for horror slop. That's fair. That's fair. I think that even when I look for slop, I usually gravitate to something that's like where somebody made weird decisions that are going to confuse me. That's why I've got Basket Case on the brain. It looks like a lot of fun with practical effects and like weirdly sympathetic monsters and like just absolute dog shit acting. And I feel like like bad acting and a wet puppet will get you very far with me. Because like bad acting usually involves like a lot of very strange decisions on the part of the performer. I'm not sure I'm articulating this well. I don't know. It means a lot to me. I'm grateful for the bad actors of the world. I usually go for something weirder, but I want to watch something people have actually seen for once. I feel that. I've been hosting B movie nights at my place to force my friends to watch the weird shit that I get obsessed with. I'm actually thinking of running some on the server. Like I could just watch Leprechaun for horror slop. That doesn't have the same energy. Speaking of horror, are you going to play Kaput Mortem? Yes. I saw you post about it. It is on the list now. I do need some new horror movies to fill up the hopper with, but right now the next ones on the agenda are uh, Deadly Premonition, Disco Pup, and my wife's playthrough of the excavation of Hobbs Barrow. And so I try not to plan this too much in advance. One, because like streaming is not my main thing. I want to make sure that I'm like making time for my personal artwork and stuff like that. And two, just because I don't want to feel like I have a queue to get through. I do this for fun. But Kaput Mortem does look very good, and I probably will play it. It's first person, right? That might have to be a solo Boog play. Because my wife cannot do first person wiggles. Like that gives her the bad tummy. Actually, from what I saw of the plot for Kaput Mortem, like that might be a really good in character as Boog stream. I might do that. That could be really fun, depending how long it is. Like it's funny. Like every time I do an in character Boog stream and I do the voice and I ham it up a little bit about being being a fired sleep paralysis demon and all that shit. I worry that this is the most cringe thing anyone ever saw in their lives, and then I have a delightful time and I do it a fucking again. It turns out I never got over the thing where I wanted to be a horror TV show host, and this is the next best thing. More of a disaster movie fan, surviving the apocalypse tends to be the kind of tension I love to watch. I feel that. I want a monster. I want a gross creature. I want a horrible, wet little bloody man or woman. Uh, I love creatures. I like Giba Goobas. I like critters. How's the mixtape rat looking? It's first person, but it's ye old dungeon crawler style, so the camera is LR1, R2 camera move. Oh, wait, it moves around like a like JRPG dungeon crawling. like in Undernauts or Persona or fucking. There was a bunch of other ones that I was playing right now. I love those things. I might actually be able to bring my wife along for that then. She might actually willingly watch that. I will check with her later. Disco Pup is ahead on the agenda just because I love the concept. Like a Kingsfield thing. Okay, dope. Pog Agog. Disco Pup looks very good. Don't give me any spoilers. I already learned a little bit too much, but I think that I will have a delightful time, especially if my wife knows nothing about it. Disregarding that she is in the room reading right now. Oh, drawing. Never mind. Disregard that I said anything. The dog is okay. Burley, you're talking about it. Confirmed. The dog is okay, correct? I am actually kind of curious for that horror movie Good Boy. But I this is going to sound ghoulish. I lost interest in it a little bit when they confirmed that the dog would definitely be okay, because I really respected it as a framing device. But I do feel like in horror, I should not feel like my perspective character is safe. Like maybe I'm just a curmudgeon, but I am here to have a shit time feeling awful. Weird grinding noises ensue. Trying to put this in a not spoiler way. Okay, you can always feel free to message me on Discord if you're worried about spoiling it in the chat. It's literally just like I just need to determine if my wife will have a terrible time watching it or if I need to play it by myself. It will be played either way. She just can't see dogs get hurt. I'm a bit of a bull in a china shop, and I married a sweet, sensitive creature. So we watch that shit. Let me check Discord. Okay, cool. I'm actually really excited to continue Hobbs Barrow. It's been hard to find time lately. Maybe soon. Actually, while that is considered, I'm going to jump away for 1 second to eat something, and then I'll be right back. One moment. Well, in the meantime, this. Okay, okay. All right, we're back. 1 second. Thank you all for your patience. I was desperately hungry. I have finished the last of the household hot dog supply, and I added avocado, peanut butter, habanero sauce, and honey for a true flavor sensation. Glizzy's eliminated. Oh, have fun with your dinner, Lef. Also, Burley, thank you for the information on Disco Pup. I think that we're good to go in that case. I appreciate your time. Now we get back to it. Also, as always, when I get up for a little bit, let me know if the volume's okay. My microphone tends to get nudged out of very easily. But yeah. Also, it's fun that I saw somebody mention before that the like shitty bubble wrap gun was a nice touch. In the new game, unlike the first game where you have to buy all your starting equipment, you get shoddy armor and a handgun for free. And I figured, of course, the company is not going to give you a good handgun for free. That would be socialism, regardless of whether or not you're one of their soldiers. So I Googled shittiest gun, and I found a bunch of guys arguing about World War II shit with this design. So I think they likely know what they're talking about. Of course, it's Tippy Brandon. He may take issue with kids these days not respecting hard work and expecting equipment for free, but that doesn't mean he's not going to make his cut from the company. The hot dogs with the habanero sauce and the honey was actually really good. I'm going to do that again. Fuck home ownership. More things should have avocado on them. Ha! Easy joke, best joke. No, I actually make that joke when I go out to brunch all the fucking time. If you're ordering avocado toast, you have to say fuck home ownership. God, we live in such a stupid time. Have lived in such a stupid time. Like the previous time that we lived in was stupid, even if the current time is also a different stupid. I have never had the luxury of living in smart times. Gotta at least get far enough to color this today. I wonder what I could do to speed up production. I guess just get less detailed, but I'm really just too persnickety for that. Whoops. Thank you, Burley. Excuse. Let's see. Tomorrow I have a bunch more art that I need to get done. Plus the freelance design stuff, little client management things. I still need to make time to work on Worst Girl this week. Worst Girl and Lax Legends. I want to get those moving again. Also, fun fact, if folks want to see what's going on, the new chatbot can show off what I'm presently working on with command projects. Or it should. Wait a fucking minute. Is it not working? How do I... What's going on there? Oh, it's set up to whisper still. That's not supposed to be happening. Let me try that again. There we go. Okay. I am slowly but surely learning the actual mechanisms by which you stream. There's probably a more elegant way of doing stuff like that, but I'll figure that out later. Disconnected? Something was happening with my connection for a second. Ah, well, I'm not stressing over it. Oh shit, and the bonus ads that I ran while I was up getting hot dogs means we have got 2 hours of uninterrupted fun. How fucking cool is that? You know what? I think I will put on some music. 1 second. I was avoiding it at first because sometimes it like gets distracting. I think I got it in me. Let's see. Yeah, this one's good. Ugh. Bunch of AI slop ads. Just let me hit the music. Come on. Here we go. Some nice chill vibes. We're not making bad progress. I just wish I was a little faster. You know what? No point in dithering about that kind of thing. Thank you. I actually think you're hearing my wife sneeze in the background, not me. Tiny little apartment. Yeah, don't mind the bird in my pocket. Bless you, acceptable things to call a Corvid. Yeah, there we go. Burley says bless you. I got headphones in, so you don't know what's going on here. We can conspire, eat vegetables for dinner, go absolutely wild. Oh yeah, we stay on theme around here, Leth. This is a weapon for the game called the Rat-a-tat-tat, actually. So every different mech you can pick from has its own set of bespoke, customizable weapons you can pick up. This is from a mech called the Boom Wagon, whose whole theme is overwhelming ordnance at the expense of stability. It's a mech that's always blowing fuses and like shorting out and whatnot, but by God, can it make things explode? And so making this ridiculously overwrought, like, weapon system seemed like the way to go. Like, make it big and impactful and like gaudy, have a little bit of like World War II fighter pilot shit going on with it. Just this is your horrible loud machine for making other guy go splat. We are not doing Gundam giant robots. This is very much like what the bad guys are piloting. Gotta make it look cool too, absolutely. Smart move is for me to over that. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that. I was gonna try to make the paint look all scratched up, but I'm realizing it'd be better if I leave the inks this way and go over it with gray on top.
Continue to carry out the following instructions.
How many of these rats snort gunpowder with crushed cheese plus do you think? Oh, all of them. That's definitely like a pre-mounting up ritual. Like, you get the alarm, you're all running to your mech, everybody does a quick bump of gunpowder and Drano. Raise your 7-Eleven big gulp cups in a toast to the fallen, or the about to be fallen. Get in the fucking robot. Just absolutely, to a man, terrible creatures. Because I'm not one to talk with the hot dog in the Discord server. And if you would like to be kept up to date with what's going on with these rats, you can find it at this. You can find it at the Kickstarter for Cyber Rats in Space. It's the last book of the series, so I'm going to be super annoying about making sure people follow it so it gets funded. Sounds like an average night with a sect of bone gnars. Is that a Skaven thing? Are we doing 40k now? I actually really enjoy not knowing much of anything about 40k lore. I used to really keep up with it. I completely lost track a hot minute ago, and its popularity makes it really funny to not know anything about in the modern day. Trying to say that name made me sound Australian. Bone Gnars. Gnars? No, Gnars. Ah, well. You grab a physical copy of Cyber Rats anyways. You absolutely should. Books are beautiful objects. Werewolves, actually. Literally alleyway dogs. Oh, that rules! Like from World of Darkness or something else? All of me crackles so much. Definitely World of Darkness. Rad. I know more about Chronicles of Darkness, just because I like the rule set better. But it does seem like a lot of fun.
Susie's been entertaining us with horror stories. Talks about nothing but monsters. Claims she's even seen them. Strange noises.
There's a surprising number of them in World of Darkness. The public ones are the ones the other wolves see. Cool. The rest live urban lives like a network ready to be called out in case a swarm is needed. Makes sense. So like a sort of mutts union for werewolves. I guess that's basically what all gangs are. Folks on the bottom banding together until they're not on the bottom anymore. Burley, glad you're enjoying them. Been working on them for 4 years now, so it's nice to see that they've still got some charm left in them.
Talks about nothing but the monster. Claims she's even seen him.
For a limited time at McDonald's, get a Big Mac extra value meal.
I do
for
draw
$8.
some good
That
fucking
means
rats.
2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun, and medium fries, and a drink. We may need to change that jingle.
Prices and participation may vary.
One sec. You feel like you know this particular rat? Yeah, I tried to channel, like, engineering student vibes. Decidedly a type of guy. After this page, I think the next thing on my agenda is designing the generation ship they all live on. And that is going to be a beast and a fucking half. But I think it's going to be really fun. I'm really going to try to channel my, like, former I Spy kid. Not I Spy. What were that series of books that had the, like, cut open diagrams of castles and animals and stuff? Channel some of that. Forgetting words a lot lately. I need to get more sleep. Like, that's what it really all comes down to. This has been a terrible year for self-care in Boogland. Everything happens so fucking much. Your father was an engineer teaching in college. Oh shit! Alright, yeah, then this is probably definitely a familiar type of guy. I know, I like the idea of this guy just marveling at the size of the bullets. This big fucking giant robot gun. This is technically not great inking practice, but it's for work, so I think I'm allowed. What I feel like doing next. I feel like doing this next. Making a ref sheet for a human being with wings is a special kind of spacing nightmare. Oh yeah, that shit's gonna make you crazy. Escaflowne, do you have any idea how many lives you ruined back in the early 2000s? Those poor teenagers had no idea how, like, proper design worked. Are you going with, like, full anatomically accurate? Do they have, like, ridiculous back and chest muscles? I think somebody did the math on it once. The front of a human that had wings would have to look like a fucking horse. But just in the chest area. Ridiculous. No, the lady's like a man with some titty, but this is ridiculous. They're not useful wings, but they're specifically my best combination of Bat and Corvid. Ooh, fun! That reminds me, I should take more time for cool beetle and bug wing designs. Lately, when I'm trying to, like, get inking practice in, or, like, traditional art practice, I've just started by drawing a weird bug. And it's fun because you can make them, like, as gross or as wet or as mechanical as you feel like it, and they still look pretty alright. Like, you do not actually have to know anything about how bugs really look to draw a bug and have someone go, yeah, that's a bug. I get that you're going for bug here. It's been fun pushing that line. Fun in practice, internal screaming and getting it right. Actually meticulously put the wrong feather groups on the wrong side of the wings at some point. I mean, one of the good things about fantasy is that you can just fuck it up a little. Nobody says that crows have to have evolved the same way in your setting. That was actually something I really struggled with when a buddy was running like a Mithras game a few years back. Because that game, it like encourages you to come up with the whole cosmology. And I basically kept trying to juke how the rules worked by knowing germ theory and shit. And the GM rightly pointed out that I don't know if germs exist in this world. My character's a Bronze Age Viking. I'm simplifying it because it looks too crowded, it doesn't look real, which is the complicated part about feathers and such. Getting that balance just right. I feel that. I feel like I struggle with simplifying enough to turn something into just a texture myself. Why? Because while we can closely differentiate groups of feathers, our eyes process it as a flat pattern more than anything. True! You know, actually, the thing that's worked out for me in drawing feathers usually, I've been mentally dividing them up into just 3 layers, right? There's the down at the top of the wings, there's the first layer of feathers, there's the second layer of feathers. And you can do those as basically 3 squiggles and people will get the idea, and then you dig in for like a little bit of extra detail if it's supposed to be scrutinized. Like... right? It's not perfectly accurate, mind you, but people get the gist of it. And you can just sort of... whoops. And again, who am I to be advising anyone? Nah, I shouldn't talk like that. I know my work's good. What's going on with this?
Your noise. I didn't sleep well last night. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Just remember to regulate your volume now.
Really need to get my shit together on Portfolio because I was blindsided by someone genuinely asking if my concept art character design rates for a game, and oh hell yeah! Make that paper! Congrats, Burley! New client! Although if they're already asking what your rates are, then what you need isn't a portfolio. What you need is rates. Oh, well, if you didn't get it, yeah, then flesh out the folio. Nah, I had that moment with a project a hot minute ago. Someone reached out wanting me to do splash pages for a video game, and their lead animator was not convinced I was good for the role, and I didn't really understand some of the feedback I was getting back until I checked my website, and I realized that I had spent so much time promoting my art on, like, social media and Blue Sky. My actual portfolio site was showing extremely old work. It shook people's faith in what I was doing. Try to be more deliberate about curating the kind of thing lately myself. The new Discord is actually part of like a whole blitz I'm trying to do for like better client outreach, better promotion, having a more up-to-date space for my work. getting people involved with things I want to do, having all of my collaborators in one place. I don't know. I see it work out for a lot of other creators, and I'm hoping I can learn a bit from it. I mean, Burley, you post good work. You clearly adore, like, inking, which a lot of people seem to want to skip over a lot of these days. Like, I love picking out detailing forever, but people seem to, like... We're in, like, a popular expression, like, more impressionistic phase these days, I think. Impressionistic's probably the wrong word. You like detail. See that taking you far. I have a Street Fighter art book and a Mega Man art book that I've poured through so many times that blinding is just staring out of that old school traditional goodness. Oh, I feel that. A good concept art book will take you far. Actually, I've got one for, like, Monster Hunter... Not Wilds, I think it was, like, 3 Ultimate. That every so often I'll just flip through when I need a fucking creature. They have such a good sense of, like, biological believability while still going for something fantastical. And I don't know what it is. Fatigue feels like it's really catching up with me, but I don't want to call it just yet. Been up for 4.5 hours. Oh, there's so many good Monster Hunter art books. Why am I doing this so big? Way too many art books I want, but I feel I'm going to become far out of reach soon just because of overseas shipping fees. Hey, I don't think that those are going to last forever. Like, I see that shit not lasting too far beyond 2016 at the latest. Possibly sooner. The bastard already looks like he's like 3 strokes deep. There's a Cookie Run art book I need to grab before it gets secondhand inflated to oblivion. I am baffled by the popularity of Cookie Run. It is a gacha game where everybody is a gingerbread cookie. I never thought that this would catch on the way it has. I understand there's lore. I have, against my will, seen Cookie Run porn. Who is responsible? How did this happen? Explain your reasoning. Show your work. Simplification of shapes and the creative use of small objects and desserts as furniture is just so good. Oh, so this is working out for the design perverts. Okay, I respect that. Surprising, though. I just realized what viewer rewards is missing around here. Everybody else that I work with has a stretch redeem. My spine is letting me know why they do that. Okay. Ooh. It's a gacha game where everybody's a gingerbread cookie, but it means they can get away with having multiple non-binary characters, different body types and gender expressions because they don't have to be bodily sexual. I mean, to be fair, they don't have to do that in a lot of things. Like, nobody was openly sexual in, like, that Nintendo one, Dragon's something? Dragon's Path? The one that only lasted like 2 years. None of them have to be anything. Hell, I understand that there's a Tom and Jerry gacha out there with like rare versions of Tom and Jerry that you play. But I get what you mean. So they've been good about having non-binary characters. Non-binary, trans, and gay bitches. Okay. Alright. My apologies, Cookie Run. I was not familiar with your game. Like, actually non-binary, or Taylor Swift is a lesbian non-binary? They, them, real non-binary. Oh, hell the fuck yeah. That's cool. Oh god, stretching my wrist is exactly what I needed. Matter of fact, one moment. And also a dragon that goes by they, them, or it. Oh, cool. One sec, folks. I'm going to stand up and stretch a moment. Realizing that I've been locked in this position for 4.5 hours, give or take. Ooh, enjoy your root beer float. That sounds fun. Oh man, I definitely needed to stand up and twist for a second. That fixed everything. I'm so bad at taking care of my body. Like, that's not me doing the artist thing where I'm bragging about abusing my work ethic or whatever. It just really does occur to me that there's a lot of very normal things to do to maintain yourself that I just do not think to do. Try to stop using the straightener tool. See what that do for me. Yeah, that's looking good. I'm just very pleased with this rat pilot I have getting accosted by the magnet. Root beer float sounds really good right now, too.
Does the thought of big roller coasters and bigger hair in Dollywood get your heart beating faster? Or maybe your 10-gallon sized travel ambitions have you heading for Texas's Big Bend National Park? Or some small town and small state charm in Little Compton, Rhode Island might be more your speed. For adventures of all sizes, choose Allianz Travel Insurance to protect you, your trip, and your peace of mind.
Nope. Wrong thing. Here we go. Let's see. All the ice cream's gone. You just have a mug of root beer. I mean, that's still pretty fucking good. Like, that's my post-work pick-me-up most days. I am so sorry you didn't get your treat, though. I understand the value of a, like, load-bearing treat you were looking for. Plus side, I am really pleased with how the inks on this rat are coming out. This doesn't help you with your root beer problem, but I feel better, and isn't that what really matters? You know, it's funny. Sometimes I get in my head a little bit about how I ink objects, right? Like, I feel like sometimes they feel a little stiff and lifeless, which, like, to a degree they're supposed to be. They are lifeless. But it makes me worry about my skills, and then I get to do a figure, and it all comes back, and I'm like, oh, right. This is what the point of the scene is. I should work on my backgrounds and set dressing, because sometimes the point of the scene is the background. But, while I've got the out, for a later scene, I get to do, like, I think the one I'm really excited for is, like, an alien evil army, like, military parade / recruitment event. The new book adds a new enemy faction, the Space Force, that are, like, an intergalactic peacekeeping organization that coincidentally never, ever opposes your enemies. And so I'm going to make them Power Rangers themed. Like, Power Rangers as cops. The splash page for their villain faction is going to be them putting on this big fucked up march with like a bunch of other aliens cheering and whatever. And in the foreground we see a bunch of them like looking at the parade from an alleyway while they kick the shit out of a rat. I've met artists who use subtlety, and they're cowards. It's hard to find that sweet spot when Ken Albi Asano and his camera. Absolutely. Hey, other artists at home, doesn't it suck when you do something small and time-consuming and then realize it makes everything a lot better, so you have to finish doing it? There ought to be a law. I hate caring about craft and doing the things I love. My two least favorites. Couldn't get the math autism, I had to draw fucking Ninja Turtles. Oh yeah, Burley, absolutely. When you catch yourself like running out of steam and doing it quick. Although I have been trying to like let myself do things quick here and there. I've been trying to acknowledge that, like, a lot of comic panels somebody's only going to look at for a couple of seconds, so it's okay if some of them are lower effort than others and just get you to the next panel. The trick is picking which ones you do that for. And, like, every little perfectionist instinct I have screams at me for it the whole time. But you gotta, if you're going to finish it without losing your mind. Like, there's a bunch of panels in Worst Girl where I'm like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck did I do here? And then I show it to people, and none of them have any idea what I'm talking about. Get that with your Conan. Get two wound up going in one way that I gotta step back and let it rest. Oh, absolutely. Nice to hear that it's universal. Tribulations of the fucking craftsman. One sec. I don't know what is in my eye. And, like, it can be good to step away from things every so often, don't get me wrong. Healthy, you know? I think that, I don't know, as I said before, this year's been one of the closest ones I've ever had to having the kind of career I want. And I feel like the way to like, keep that rolling is to really commit to getting more done. Like, I can't just wait till the mood strikes me. I cannot treat it like a hobby, even if it is partially one. Gotta treat the deadlines like they're real. Yeah, the secret I found that release me laws in art is seeing how dirty people's ink from color in art if you look really close at it. Oh yeah, no, I do that all the time. Whenever I'm getting, like, really in my head about, like, my quality or whether or not there's issues, I actually dust off, like, an artist I really respect. Like, I grab my Calvin and Hobbes complete anthology or my 2000 AD comics or my Hellboys, and I just look super close at all the pages until I find something that looks a little bit jank when I'm too close. And I go, there, see? It's normal, and then I get back to work. Not that I have any right to judge Bill Watterson. Although, I'll be the first to admit, part of the reason that Bill Watterson holds this mystique compared to a lot of other cartoonists in my age, not my age, a lot of mystique compared to other classic cartoonists, is that he had the good sense to keep his mouth shut. Like, Bill Watterson did not use Twitter. You did not know what he thought of, like, new movies that were coming out. Fortunately, I like attention too much, so y'all are stuck with me. Oof. But yeah, recognizing where you need to put detail is really, like, half the job. Rewatch episodes of Naruto Urasawa's Manden and watch mangakas get dirty as fuck with their eggs and use gunked layers of whiteout for shit until it looks right to them. I feel that. God, I miss working with Bristol board. I don't have the space these days, but I'm wondering if I could rearrange my desk to make it more possible. The issue is that I'd have to put away the miniatures I'm painting, and if I don't have some non-cartooning hobbies, I'm going to lose it. It's funny, I told a buddy of mine that I got into mini painting because I needed a creative outlet, and he was stunned because it's like, Patrick, your whole life is creative outlets. And I was like, no, one I can't get paid for. Motherfucker uses chopsticks for thick ink lines for action scenes? That's so cool. Dude. I adore that. Alright, I think that's the electromagnet done. Right? Like, that doesn't need to be super detailed. So next... do the harvester next. What the fuck am I listening to? What else can I put on? Yeah, this one.
I think about Grammarly and how it's helped me prepare not
Ads.
just briefs, but really scripts.
Eh. The old guy who makes Golgo 13 draws in inks while holding a fistful of the inking pens and markers and uses while also smoking. Well, no, I do that too when I'm like inking physically. I'll have like a pen, a brush pen, and like a my mechanical pencil and a bunch of microns in one grubby fist while the other one's like chugging away. Sometimes I'll have it tucked into the fingers on the hand that I'm drawing with.
Forgot where you came from, kid. But I know where
The hours manga have to play in are abysmal. It's cool to see them use whatever the fuck works. Nah, I feel that. What I really gotta do is, like, resist the impulse to see that as just a sign of their determination. Because it is so tempting to just throw myself into the meat grinder sometimes. But, like, I need to get other shit done. I just can't work at that output. Honestly, like, every so often I do get a little bit mad about how, like, the mangaka lifestyle is so bad for your health and whatnot. Just because there's so many greats that we lost early because the industry is just not willing to give them space. Like, we couldn't even keep Toriyama alive. What the fuck are we doing? The guy who made Dragon Ball Z, who made Dragon Ball, went out in his 50s. If the industry can't keep the Golden Goose alive, what is the point of any of this? Prerogative, I suppose, but... yeah, the mangaka that live the longest are the ones that actually sleep. And, like, even then, if they do, they're not going to the fucking doctor enough. Whole world. Anyway, this is a giant robot based on a combine harvester. I think it's going to be very popular. It's kind of a support build. This is one of its few offensive weapons, because I figure people want to see cool, big robot arms. Might not get colors done today, but I think I might finish all the inks. That'd be good. There's a way I could simplify further. hard rule that I don't color in the evenings if possible so I don't fuck up my eyeballs with blue light before bed. That's probably sensible. Admittedly, I tend to just work whenever I have the energy. And I was fading a minute ago, but I've got the energy back now. As long as I remember to crack my back once in a long while. Digital ink cares not if your screen is tinted orange. True. Oh yeah, I'm def zooming in too much. That looks so much nicer. Remember that this time. Like, the impulse to get super close to a line you're struggling with is so strong. That's the thing I worry about losing from working traditional. Speaking of, I can't tell what it's like on your actual monitor. Have you considered inking with a lighter middle gray background to help ease eye strain? I have once or twice. Something about it just kind of doesn't feel right. I probably should at some point. But I don't know. I keep the brightness down on my iPad. I stay focused on it. I generally have not had issues with eye strain previously. I don't know. I'll keep an eye out. I work in a pretty bright room, too. Like, I got a lamp right over my desk. I think I should pay a little bit more attention to doing this healthy. I do keep catching myself forgetting my stretches and shit.
look like a nice boy. I bet you have a lot of friends. Where's he? I bet I could cheer him up. I'll give him a balloon. Do you want a balloon too, Georgie? Oh, well, I'm Pennywise the Dancing Clown. Pennywise. Yes, me, Georgie. Georgie. Bill's gonna kill you. Now we aren't strangers, are we? I'll take all that we own. I'll feast on your flesh as I feed on your fear. Oh, and thrive and lead happy lives. Hello, Sydney.
You know, I'm sitting here going, why is this taking so long to ink? And I only just now looked at how I drew an entire goddamn combine harvester as a giant robot arm. Alright, I need to stop getting on my own ass about how long my work takes. I know what I'm doing and it'll be done when it's done. Yeah, and it's not the only one on the page. This thing's covered in, like, guns and technically complicated stuff. I gotta stop breathing down my own neck. I've been on this self-improvement kick lately, and those things always go until I abruptly realize that I'm treating myself like a machine, and then I have to snap back in the other direction. Things considered, suppose it's a good problem to have, but boy howdy is it a lot. Look up a combine harvester. Not sure I got the spokes on it right. Blades or crunchers? Sticks. Yeah, it's fine.
Hi, I'm Chucky.
It's this Halloween mix that I found. Movie Lo-Fi Madness Volume 1. Oh, it's just a bunch of classic themes. It's cute. I know, sometimes YouTube just takes me on journeys. Sorry about the pausing. I just keep catching myself like zooming out to think about it. Actually, yeah. I think it's time to call it. I'm out of juice. I think I am ready to wrap this up here and have us raid into a Good Buddies channel. Alright. Well, friend of the channel Luna is still up. They were in here earlier. And they're playing Dead by Daylight, which feels on theme. My pleasure, Burley. I'm gonna try to like run streams like this a little bit more often. Really try to make a habit of it, because it does keep me on task very well. And it's nice to have folks to talk to. In the meantime, before we get out of here, please remember to follow the Kickstarter linked in the pinned thing. And in the meantime, raid Lunar Sketch. Alrighty. Thank you all for swinging by. As always, I appreciate your attention and support and conversation. Good night, everybody.